Test. Testing. One, two, three. Testing. One, two, three. One, two, three. Well, good morning to everybody. Happy New Year's Day to you. Welcome. Thanks for being here for the 2024 Gelbvieh Unbalancer Heifer and Pen Bull Show. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Couple of announcements. We want to welcome you to the 4th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we're proud to have each and every one of you here. To learn more, you can visit their website at cattlemenscongress.com. And I just want to personally say thank you to the staff and all the interns here in Oklahoma City at Cattlemen's Congress for all the exceptional work and the great support they've given us the last couple of days. Thank you very much to them. Okay, this morning our judge is Jake Scott, and we want to welcome him. Thanks for being here, Jake. Jake lives in Gordon, Nebraska, where he works with his wife, Cammie, and their two daughters, Peyton and Harper, on their family ranching operation, Krebs Ranch. Krebs Ranch is a purebred Angus program located in the Nebraska Sandhills, produces 400 bulls annually for registered and commercial ranches across America. Jake graduated from Connor State College and Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging teams at each school. He's judged major breed and jackpot shows across the country and appreciates the opportunity to be part of this event. So appreciate you being here to Jake, and I think we're ready to get started with the pen heifers. Our first pen of Gelbvieh females today. So we'll be doing Gelbvieh pen of 3 females first, then we'll be doing the balancer females. Pen 1 in pen of 3 Gelbvieh females is exhibited by Sibs Gelbvieh, Cloutier, Iowa. The first animal in the ring is Sibs Nelly, 3970L, sired by BGGR 0101855H. Her registration number is 1571879. She's born February 7th, 93.8% Gelbvieh, and she's currently weighing 739 pounds. The second heifer in the pen is Sibs Shelley 3735L. She's also sired by BGGR01855H. Her registration number is 1571876. She's born February 15th. She's an 89% Gelbvieh. She weighs 847 pounds. The average age for the pen of heifers is 316 days. Their average weight is 795 pounds, and their average weight per day of age is 2.52. Our third heifer in the ring is Sibs Kelly 3420L, also sired by BGGR 0185H. Her registration number is 1571872. She's born on March 8th. She's 93.8% Gelbvieh, weighs 798 pounds. The average EPDs for the three heifers are 12.6 on calving knees, 0.5 on birth, 69 on weaning, 96 on yearling, 25 on milk, and 75 on FPI. Sibs Gelbvieh is operated by Matt and Tina Sibula and their children, Brayton, Shauna, Dustin, and Dason. They have a production sale the first Saturday in March. They'll be offering 30 purebred and balancer bulls, both black and red. Sires of this year's sale bulls include Gunner, Top Shelf, Game Changer, Baller, Podcast, and Resilient. They also offer 20 bred females and 10 open heifers. They're a registered operation focusing on raising high quality functional cattle that meet the industry demands. Bulls and females are grown slowly on a complete ration developed for longevity, high fertility, and low maintenance. Bulls are also developed on 10 acres to ensure athleticism. Tina was born into the Gelbvieh breed as her family owned and operated Hayek Gelbvieh in 2002. They took over the Hayek Gelbvieh operation after their herd reduction sale and the passing of Tony Hayek. Since they have been slowly regrowing the herd. Fun tidbit, Matt proposed to Tina in the show ring at the 2004 Iowa State Fair during the Gelbvieh show. You can kind of help me manage those. Entry number 2 in the Gelbvieh pen of 3 females is exhibited by Circle S Ranch of Canton, Kansas. The first animal in the pen is Circle S Laura. She's sired by DCSF Post Rock Powerbuilt. Her registration number is 1576771, born on March 2nd. She's 87.5% Gelbvieh and weighs 837 pounds. Circle S Ranch is owned and managed by John and Johnny Shear and their families. They're from Canton, Kansas. Their annual production sale is the first Saturday in April at the ranch, and that'll be April 6th of 2024. The second heifer in the ring is CIRS Lucy. Her registration number 1576772. She's born February 12th of 23. She's 81% Gelbvieh. She weighs 859 pounds. The average age of these three heifers are 322 days. Average weight is 873 pounds. And the pen average weight per day of age is 2.71. Circle S's annual production sale features 60 to 65 fall and yearling Gelbvieh and Gelford bulls, 5 elite show heifers, 25 to 30 pens of Gelbvieh, Gelford, and Gelbvieh influenced open heifers, Gelbvieh and Gelbvieh influenced bred heifers, and first calf heifers. Visitors are always welcome on the ranch in central Kansas. The third heifer is HERC Linda, sired by Post Rock Power Built, registration number 1576770. She's born on January 28th, 87.5% Gelbvieh, weighs 922 pounds. The pen average EPDs are 11 for calving ease, 0 for birth weight, 67 for weaning weight, 101 for yearling weight, 23 for milk, and 71 for FPI. Circle S Ranch is a Gelbvieh and Gelford seed stock operation producing cattle that will enhance any purebred or seed stock operation, but the focus is on meeting the commercial cattlemen's demands. Bulls and heifers are developed on a high forage ration with a goal of an average daily gain of 3 to 3.5 pounds per day for the bulls and 2.75 to 3 on the heifers. The Shear family has been raising Gelbvieh cattle since 1989. Since 1999, the Shears have been exhibiting cattle across the country. In 2014, Shears trademarked the Gelford breed, formalizing the cross of purebred Gelbvieh and Herbert cattle. Now, in the third generation of the family, the Shears have grown the cow herd from 12 Gelbvieh influenced cows to nearly 500 Gelbvieh, Hereford, Gelford, or commercial cows. We'll announce a few of the sponsors for Cattlemen's Congress. The premier sponsor is Oklahoma City. Welcome to Oklahoma City, the modern frontier. Visit Oklahoma City is proud to support Cattlemen's Congress. To find out all about there is to experience in OKC, go to visitokc.com. Platinum sponsors include P&K Equipment, Purina Honor Show, and Biozyme. Gold sponsors include Alltech and Transova Genetics, in addition to Allflex, GoBob, and Biozyme. The third entry in Gelbvieh Pen of 3 females is exhibited by Ivers Cattle Company of Austin, Minnesota. The first heifer in the ring is Ivers Lexi, L312ET, sired by Ivers Judge J4. Her registration number is 1561747. She's born on February 16th. She's a 99.9% Gelbvieh and weighs 898 pounds. All three heifers in this pen are full sibs, and their dam is JRI Miss On Q 214B5. Ivers Cattle Company is from Austin, Minnesota, managed by the Ivers family, Steve and Colton Ivers, and their other family members. They offer bulls by private treaty sale. The second heifer is Ivers Lacey, L309ET, registration number 1561745. She's born on February 12th of 23, 99.9% Gelbvieh, weighs 856 pounds. The average age of these heifers is 322 days. Their average weight is 849 pounds and 2.64 average weight per day of age. Ivers Cattle Company offers red and black purebred and balancer bulls, heifers, and bred cows. They're proud to provide high quality bulls and heifers to seed stock operations and commercial producers. The bulls and heifers are developed on high roughage ration consisting of cannery byproducts. Ivers are entering their 46th year raising Gelbvieh cattle, and visitors are always welcome at their farm. The third heifer is Ivers Luna, L308ET, sired by Ivers Judge. Her registration number 1561750, born on February 11th. She's 99.9% Gelbvieh, weighs 793 pounds. Pen average EPDs are 11 for calving knees, -0.4 for birth weight, 60 for weaning weight, 85 for yearling weight, 20 for milk, and 63 for FPI. Some of the silver sponsors for Cattlemen's Congress include CCI.live and the Farm Credit Associations of Oklahoma. So for our 3 entries in the Gelbvieh pen of 3 females, the black heifers on my left are exhibited by Sibs Gelbvieh from Iowa. The heifers in the middle are Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. And on my right side, Ivers Cattle Company from Minnesota.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all to our Gelbvieh and Balancer Pin of Three show here, and starting off with our heifers. First and foremost, let's give our heifer exhibitors a very, very nice round of applause here in the Gelbvieh show. 3 outstanding sets of these heifers here, and I want to discuss them each very briefly here. The black set of heifers that were first into the ring hit me really good, I guess, from a phenotype standpoint. The 2 heifers to my left, I think, were shown as the first and third in class, and I think those 2 heifers probably go together as well as any two in their particular pen. Those heifers to me have a lot of similarities in their type and kind. I like the body. I like the look. I like the style and the presence that those heifers have. I think they're similar from a growth and performance standpoint. I like the bone and I like the structure on those two heifers. And I think they go together very, very well. I think that pen in general stands out in this group as being as striking and as eye appealing, especially if you want to study them up in the front third of their bodies. I think there's as much angularity, smoothness of shoulder, cleanliness of chest and neck, and femininity as any of the three pens that we have exhibited. The heifer that's standing in the third position right now in that pen's a little taller heifer, a little more of a growth oriented heifer that maybe has a little more frame and length than the other two. And if I was going to change anything about that pen, I might make her blend in just a little better from a type and kind standpoint. But certainly, I recognize and appreciate the good in that heifer for the extra size, the extra length of body, and the performance that she brings to the table. It's a really, really nice pen of black heifers. The pen standing in the middle of the ring here, I think without question, is the most growth oriented, the most production oriented pen of the three. Not only in person, when you look at these heifers in terms of their size, their growth, the length of body that you can see visually with your eye, but then when you look down at the paper too, and you see the average weight per day of age on these heifers, the average weight today on the scale of these heifers, when you read the EPD package that this set of heifers offer, from a numeric standpoint, they become pretty dominant. And I really, really appreciate that about them. And it's important from a total value standpoint that I think we have cattle that read well on paper as well as in person. But that's for each of you to decide to what fits in best to your respective programs. The heifer that hit me really hard in this pen of three was that darker heifer that came in first. I think she's pretty tremendous. She is wide and stout and powerful. She's got bone. I love the body that she has. Not only the amount of body that she has, but the kind of body that she has. It lays in her in a real feminine, real cowy like, real maternal kind of fashion. And I think she's an exceptional standout in that pen. As we go down and look at those other two heifers, they match their paperwork. Their paperwork tells you that those are going to be cattle that have growth, performance, and frame, and that's exactly what they are. I love them from a height and stature standpoint, the length of body that they have. In my opinion, as we compare them to that heifer that I really, really like that led it off, and compared to some of the other heifers that they're competing against, maybe give up just a little bit in terms of overall body mass and body volume today. The heifer that's turning around in the middle, I'd change her just a little bit off those back legs today. But this is a pen that I think is extremely powerful from a growth and performance standpoint, and that I think has a really elite of individual as their leadoff heifer. Now, as we move down to the third and the last entry in this class, we've got a little different set in terms of type and kind. This is a more medium frame size set of heifers, a little more moderate in their stature, but boy, are they stout and powerful. If you like cattle that have extra body volume and depth of rib, top shape, hip shape, width from front to rear, these are three real evenly matched heifers in that regard. I think they're maternal. I think they're cowy. Even at this young age, as you watch these heifers circle around the ring, I like the quality of udder even that you can see underneath these heifers, and it doesn't take a lot of imagination to think about what that could look like as they mature into cows. As I look at those heifers, this is a pen of three that tends to grow on me. I'm going to be very honest and say it's not naturally my type and kind or the kind that we breed at home, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate a set of cattle like this. They're perhaps not as long fronted, not as feminine as like the black heifers on the end, not as growthy, not as long bodied as the red heifers in the middle. But this is, in my opinion, the most uniform, the most consistent, the most evenly matched pen of the three. And I think they go together really, really good. And although, again, maybe a little more moderate than what I typically prefer, I really appreciate them from a type and kind standpoint. If we were going to change these heifers for me any today, I would like to see them be just a little stronger on their number set but I think the numbers match the kind of heifers that they are. And so I don't know that that's a very fair criticism. And certainly when you look at what the heifers weighed on the scale, they're beef cattle, and there's a lot of weight there. I don't think there's a slam dunk winner today. I don't say that as a cop out as a judge, but I think there's three different types and kinds of heifers. Quite honestly, I think you could make a good argument for using any of the three. But because of their consistency, their uniformity, their beefiness, and their maternal, I'm going to congratulate these folks right here on the end, and they're going to be your champion pin of three. Nice job. And then I think, again, it doesn't get any easier as you consider your reserve champions today. I like both of the heifers that we have left to contend with. I think there's awfully good ones in both sets. But the black heifers struck me awfully good this morning, and they're today's reserve champions. Congratulations. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, let's give our judge a round of applause for this morning. Thank you, Jake. Our champion Gelbvieh pin of three heifers goes to Ivers Cattle Company of Austin, Minnesota. Reserve champion Gelbvieh pin of three heifers goes to Sibs Gelbvieh, Cloutier, Iowa. So now we're doing the balancer pin of three females. We'll have two entries. And then after selection of the champion and reserve balancer pin of three females, we're going to have a 15-minute pitcher break before we start the bullpen show. Okay, our first pen in the balancer pen of three females is exhibited by Plus One Cattle Company of Hugoton, Kansas. The first heifer in this pen is BLMC Miss Maybelline 270L010, sired by ADS Godfather 575C. Her registration number is 1576760. She's born on January 27th. She's 73.5% Gelbvieh, weighs 780 pounds. Plus One Cattle Company is located near Hugoton, Kansas. Ben and Lelania McClure own and operate Plus One Cattle Company along with their four kids, Toby, Molly, Carter, and Lindy. They offer bulls, heifers, and bred heifers for sale by private treaty and are working toward having their first bred heifer sale in 2025. The average age of these heifers is 312 days. Their average weight is 836 pounds, and they have a 2.68 average weight per day of age. The second heifer in the pen is BLMC Miss Me 253L013, sired by BGGR Black Gold Payload 6152. Her registration number is 1569844. She's born on February 6th of 23. She's a 64.8% balancer, weighs 973 pounds. Plus One Cattle Company will have 10 to 15 yearling bulls for sale, two 18-month-olds, and three 2-year-old bulls for sale this spring. The bulls will be both purebred and balancers that are homozygous polled. Their herd is mostly black-hided, but they do have a few red. Ben says I prefer them to be homo black, but it doesn't matter as long as they are homo good. The bull that's been the most influential in their herd is their walking sire, JRI Blue Moon 178D73. In 22 and 2023, they AI'd and pasture bred a lot of cows to their new walking sire, PHG Just Do It J120. Other AI sires include ADS Godfather 575C, BGGR Black Gold Payload 6152, CTR Jackpot 8660, and Young Gun C503. The third heifer is BLMC MS Miss Chiquita Bonita 254 L132. She's sired by JRI Bandito 253H32. Her registration number is 1576758. She's born on April 9th of 23 and is a 62.5% balancer, weighing 755 pounds. The average pen EPDs are 15.7 for calving ease, negative 1.4 for birth weight, 66 for weaning weight, 99 for yearling weight, 20.7 for milk, and 77 for FPI. Plus One's cow herd calves in both spring and fall. They've been utilizing embryo transfer since 2018, and they've purchased embryos or flushes in the national sale for the last couple of years. Their bulls and heifers are developed slowly with longevity and structural integrity in mind. After they are weaned, they are run on wheat pasture as much as possible. When they're brought into the yard, they're fed a ration consisting of ground hay or ammoniated wheat straw, corn silage, bean meal, and cracked corn. The goal is to have the heifers weigh 850 to 900 pounds by the time they are AI bred in early April at 14 months of age. The goal is for the bulls to weigh 1,200 pounds by the time they are 14 to 15 months old. They purchased their first Gelbvieh bulls in 2010 when they were looking to add muscling to their Angus-based cow herd. The docility, added muscle shape, mothering ability, and performance in the feed yard and on the rail are impressive, but the Gelbvieh breeders they've met and become lifelong friends with have been the best part. Our second entry in this class is exhibited by Judd Ranch of Pomona, Kansas. The first female is JRI Miss Whole Lot of Beef 207L211ET. She's sired by Basin Pay Weight 1682. Registration numbers 1573145. She's born on January 14th. She's a 50% balancer, weighing 942 pounds. Judd Ranch is located in the beautiful Flint Hills of Kansas, 1 hour southwest of Kansas City. Judd Ranch's 46th Gelbvieh Balancer and Red Angus Bull Sale will be Saturday, March 2nd of 2024. Judd Ranch will be selling 335 Performance Plus Range Ready bulls. The second heifer in this pen is JRI Miss Risque, 253 L387ET, sired by JRI Relentless, 170H281. This female's registration number is 1571348. She's born on January 8th, 62.5% balancer, weighing 982 pounds. The average age of these heifers is 322 days, 969-pound average weight, and 3.01 for average weight per day of age. In their spring bull sale, Judd Ranch will be selling 204 bulls that are 17 and 19-month-old fall yearling bulls and 131 head of 12 to 14-month-old spring yearling bulls. 99% of the sale bulls are sired by breed-leading AI sires. The third heifer in the ring is JRI Miss Revealing 285L 531ET, also sired by JRI Relentless. Her registration number is 1573140. She's born on January 11th, is 68.8% balancer, weighing 983 pounds. The average EPDs for this pen of heifers is 15.8 on calving knees, negative 0.06 on birth weight, 72 on weaning weight, 116 on yearling weight, 23 on milk, and 78 on FPI. Judd Ranch's bull sale offering features a 79-pound average birth weight with an 891-pound actual weaning weight average. Judd Ranch has been breeding Gelbvieh genetics for 40 years. They are honored to have been the #1 Dam of Merit program in the Gelbvieh breed for 21 of the past 26 years. Bringing back our two Balancer Pen of 3 females. On my left is Plus One Cattle Company, and on my right is Judd Ranch.
Well, as we welcome back both of our balancer contestants here in our Pen of Three Heifer show, let's show them some appreciation from those of you at ringside with a nice round of applause. Just two in here, but some really interesting cattle to have a chance to look at. The first pen in that's in front of me now is the younger of the two pens in terms of day of age, but some real interesting individuals in that pen of three. Probably the heifer that was the standout for me is the one they have placed in the middle. She was the second heifer that came in the ring as they exhibited them, but she stands out as one of the more massive, one of the more big bodied, one of the more high capacity heifers, not only in their pen of three, but probably one of the bigger bodied ones that we're going to see out here today. Really easy doing in her kind, and it's just cool to see a heifer with that much rib and power in her body. And I really appreciate that. Again, as you look at your paperwork there, if you have a program, you're going to see that these heifers in this pen of three range in age from a January to an April. So, first off, obviously, from an age standpoint, you realize there's going to be a little variation, maybe in maturity and size of these heifers. But you get them out here together, and they don't go together too bad in terms of height and levelness across their pen of three. For me, as much as anything, there's just a difference in terms of type and kind between the three heifers. And so, if I was going to change that pen for my liking, I'd maybe just see a little more consistency and uniformity in kind as you study that pen, but a real massive, big-bodied one that has a lot to like. The older pen that was shown second in this class certainly does offer more of that uniformity. This is a set of heifers that led off with a heifer that I think is very striking from a phenotype and from a profile standpoint. She's extremely sound structured, really fun to look at from a profile. She too's another one of the real good bodied heifers that we've seen today and in their pen of three. Now, she's a heifer that's maybe a little more moderate in her kind than the other two bigger heifers that they showed, but don't hear me call her a small one. I still think she's got plenty of growth. But certainly their second and third heifers that they brought in to me were bigger and stouter kind of heifers, and I say that as a positive. I like their height, I like their length, I like the muscularity and the shape that you see from end to end. And what's nice about this pen of three as well is that when you study them on paper, you see that they're the dominant pen of the two in terms of their EPD profile, in terms of their weight per day of age, and in terms of their scale weight today. So, for all those reasons, we're going to congratulate these folks and make them your champion balancer pen of three heifers. Very well deserved. And obviously, the first set of heifers will be today's reserve. Nice job to you all. Give them one more round of applause.
Our champion Balancer Pen of 3 heifers goes to Judd Ranch, and reserve champion Balancer Pen of 3 heifers exhibited by Plus One Cattle Company. We're going to take about a 15-minute picture break for these heifers, and we'll come back to the bull show. All right, we're going to get ready to get started here with the Pen Bull Show for the Gelbviehs and the Balancers, and we'll have Gelbvieh Pen of 3 Bulls first. This is Class 3 for the day. Our first entry in this class is exhibited by Circle S Ranch from Kansas. The first bull in the ring is SIRS Lamborghini, sired by LRSF Corvette J168. Registration number 1576768. Born on February 18th. He's a 93.8% Gelbvieh. Weighs 1,037 pounds. His scrotal's 38 centimeters. Ribeye area 13.36. 3.1 IMF. And back fat's 1/10. The average age on these bulls is 329 days. Average weight's 975 pounds, and their average weight per day of age is 2.96. Second bull in this pen is CIRS 72WL, sired by HTFB Mr. Branded Man G909. His registration number is 1578348. He's born on February 26th. Is an 89% Gelbvieh purebred, weighing 914 pounds and has a 36 centimeter scrotal. His scan data is 12.75 on ribeye, 2.13 on percent IMF, and 0.18 on back fat. The pen average EPDs are 12 on calving knees, 0.8 on birth weight, 69 on weaning, 95 on yearling, 21 on milk, and 71 on FPI. The third bull in the pen is CIRS 601L, sired by PADO Mr. Impact 6610DET, registration number 1578346. He's born on January 5th. Is a 99.9% purebred, weighing 975 pounds with a 35 centimeter scrotal. Ultrasound scan with a 14.3 ribeye area, 2.39 on marbling, and 0.19 on back fat. Once again, the average age is 329 days, average weight's 975 pounds, and a 2.96 average weight per day of age for the pen. Our judge today is Jake Scott. He's from Gordon, Nebraska. He is involved in a family ranching operation at Krebs Ranch with his wife Cammie and their two daughters Peyton and Harper. We appreciate him being here today. Circle S Ranch will have their annual production sale Saturday, April 6th at the ranch north of Canton, Kansas. Our second entry is exhibited by Judd Ranch of Pomona, Kansas. The first bull in the ring is JRI Priority Male 253L489ET. He's sired by JRI General Patton. His registration number is 1573139. Birth date of January 9th, 23. He's 87.5% Gelbvieh, weighs 1,224 pounds with a 42.5 centimeter scrotal. Ultrasound data includes ribeye area of 15.02%, IMF 3.39, and fat thickness 0.29. The average age of the Judd Ranch pen bulls are 348 days. The average weight is 1,241 pounds and a 3.57 average weight per day of age. The second bull in the pen is JRI Allspice 254L427, sired by JRI Allen 68G3. His registration number is 1571107. He's 87.5% purebred, weighing 1,272 pounds, 39 centimeter scrotal. He's scanned with a 14.24-inch ribeye, 2.16 on IMF, and 0.3 on back fat. The average EPDs for this pen are 14 on calving knees, 0.1 on birth weight, 76 on weaning weight, 116 on yearling weight, 24 on milk, and 78.5 on FPI. Judd Ranch's 46th annual bull sale will be Saturday, March 2nd, 2024 at the ranch near Pomona, Kansas. They'll be selling 335 Performance Plus range ready bulls. The third bull in this pen is JRI Ready in a Bull 285 L39, sired by JRI Relentless. His registration number is 1571131. He's born on January 24th of 23. He's a 75% balancer, weighing 1,227 pounds with a 39.5 centimeter scrotal. Scan data includes 16 square inches on ribeye area, 3.55% IMF, and 0.3 on fat. Once again, the average pen weight's 348 pounds. Average age. Average age is 348 days. The average pen weight is 1,241 pounds, and the average weight per day of age is 3.57. So we're bringing back both entries in our Gelbvieh Pen of 3 Bull Show. On my left will be Circle S Ranch. Circle S Ranch on my left with the Red Bulls, Judd Ranch on my right with the Black Bulls.
Well, as we have all afternoon, let's congratulate our bull exhibitors here in our Pen of Three show this afternoon. Give them a nice round of applause. This is an interesting set of bulls, and particularly if you guys want to read the story on them here for yourselves and study the data, I think there's some real intriguing things going on here. And, visually we can all pick and talk and cuss and discuss, but this particular set of bulls, I think, deserves a little deeper dive on the numbers and the data that they bring to the table. A pretty high percentage set of bulls here in the set of red bulls that come in here, a little younger than the solid black bulls. But this is a real lean scanning set of bulls. From a back fat standpoint, bulls not carrying maybe quite as much condition. So, from a development standpoint, I really appreciate that about them. But what I guess I'm pretty intrigued with is as you study that data and you compare it, really against the bulls that stand next to them, bulls still got some marbling to them. By comparison, they do give up a little bit, but relative to their back fat, I think that's pretty impressive that these bulls still scan with a pretty decent percentage of marbling. And again, compared to their, what I guess we're going to be calling their yearling weight or pretty close to it, bulls have got some muscle in them. And particularly if you want to break that down to square inch or ribeye per hundredweight, that set of bulls would look pretty good in that category. They led off with an individual, I think, farthest to my left, that I think's awfully good. He's thick, he's stout, he's shapely, he's a real clean made kind of a bull. I think for the width and power that he handles himself nicely, reads pretty good across the board. I think probably the best for me on paper of the three bulls that they have. Nice set of bulls from a size and uniformity standpoint. For me, I might just change a little bit about the structure on those second and third bulls that came in there. That first bull is so good and correct and handles himself so well. I might match those other two up just a little bit, and maybe just increase the scrotal a little bit on that third bull. But that's an even set of bulls. And again, I think you study them from a percentage of the bloodline that they're carrying here, the leanness, I think the longevity that'll probably come with that, but the muscle and the marbling those bulls bring to the table, that's a real intriguing set of bulls. The solid black set of bulls is the older set of bulls in this lineup, but boy, they sure go together nicely. I really call them peas in a pod from a uniformity and a consistency standpoint, and not only in the size and the kind of bulls that they are, but in some of the traits that they bring to the table. I love the feet on this Pen of Three right here. I love the bone. And when I talk about the bone and the foot, that bone, that foot, I mean to say the size of the feet, but the correctness of the feet on the front and the rear. So good and so high quality. The bone on those bulls gives them a strength and a power that makes them stand out to me. But you see that strength and power throughout. Those are good headed bulls. They're strong fronted bulls. There's masculinity to those bulls. And I just like them from a strength standpoint. There's body, there's mass, and the kind of bulls they are, it doesn't surprise you when you put your head down and you read the paper. You see that they're big testicled bulls, and they kind of look the part of that. They're heavyweight bulls with a lot of weight per day of age and a lot of scale weight today, and they read so good numerically. From an EPD standpoint, there's not many holes to punch in these bulls. So I'm glad that we've got an award for both of these bulls, both of these pens. I think each in their own right, they bring a lot of good to the table. But today, for me, the Black Bulls are going to be your champion, followed up with the Red Ones for reserve. Congratulate both firms.
Our champion Gelbvieh Pen of Three Bulls goes to Judd Ranch from Kansas, and our reserve champion Gelbvieh Pen of Three Bulls goes to Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. So next we'll be doing Class 4, which is our Gelbvieh Pen of Five Bulls. We have one entry in the class exhibited by Judd Ranch. We want to thank the bronze sponsors of Cattlemen's Congress, Worm Flooring Systems, Oklahoma Beef Consultants, Oklahoma Steel and Wire, Zoetis Beef Genetics, Swamp Fox Innovations, Genesis Enterprises, and SC Online Sales. This pen of five bulls exhibited by Judd Ranch. The first animal is JRI Touch 253L486. He's sired by General Patton, registration number 1571073. His date of birth is March 4th of 2023. He's 87.5% Gelbvieh, weighs 1,112 pounds with a 38 centimeter scrotal. Ultrasound data includes 13.65 square inch ribeye, 2.06% IMF, and 0.18 on fat. The average age of the five bulls in this pen are 334 days. Their average pen weight's 1,128 pounds, and the average weight per day of age is 3.38. The second bull is JRI Rolls Royce 254L238. sired by JRI Relentless, registration number 1571109, born on January 24th of 23. He's 75% Gelbvieh. He weighs 1,173 pounds and has a 39 centimeter scrotal, scanned with 14.62 inch ribeye, 3.01 on IMF, and zero point 0.3 on fat. The average pen EPDs are 16 on calving ease, -1 on birth weight, 68 on weaning weight, 102 on yearling weight, 23.7 on milk, and 73 on FPI. The third bull in the ring is JRI Play It Again 253 L326 ET. His registration number 1571362. Born on February 3rd. He's 75% Gelbvieh, weighs 1,098 pounds, measured with a 43.5 centimeter scrotal, 14.7 on ribeye area, 2.04 on percent IMF, and 0.18 on fat. Fourth bull in the pen is JRI Great Pretender 254 L332, registration number 1571090. He's born on January 28th, 75% Gelbvieh, 1,152 pounds current weight, measured with a 37 centimeter scrotal, scanned with a 13-inch ribeye, 2.88 on IMF, and 0.2 on fat. Average age is 334 days with an average weight of 1,128 pounds and a 3.38 average weight per day of age for the pen. The fifth bull in this pen is JRI Revenue 254 L38, sired by JRI Relentless. His registration numbers 1571077, born on January 9th. He's 75% Gelbvieh. Currently weighs 1,193 pounds with a 38 centimeter scrotal, scanned with a 14.5-inch ribeye, 2.89 on IMF, 0.2 on fat thickness. The average pen EPDs are 16.6 on calving ease, -1.27 on birth weight, 68 on weaning weight, 102 on yearling weight, 23 on milk, and 73 on FPI. Yes, sir.
I asked for the gentleman's blessing here that I believe belongs to the bull, and he said it'd be okay. I'm going to discuss these loose as they're the only entry here, and they'll be your grand champion Gelbvieh Pen of 5. But I think it's kind of appropriate that we discuss these bulls loose because I think that's the kind of bulls that they are. This is an extremely practical, functional, common sense pen of 5 kind of bulls that I think of all the pens and groups that we've seen is one of the most, I think, usable and just commercial oriented cowman sets of bulls that we've seen. I like this set of bulls so much from just a practicality standpoint. When you look at them visually, they're a good footed, good boned, sound structured set of bulls, and they look like bulls from a strength and masculinity standpoint. They've got some strength up there in their brow and in their jaw, about their crest and in their front end and forearm. There's width from end to end to these bulls. And then you're pretty happy when you read the data on them, too. They're a real lean scanning set of bulls that measured with large scrotals. And I think when you combine all of this together, this is a set of bulls that'll really have some longevity in the end for the people that buy them and for the people that use them. And that'll make them more profitable. All us folks that are in the business of selling bulls would like to sell the same customers bulls every year, but the fact of the matter is, bulls like this will last a long time, and that'll make the people that buy them more and more profitable. So I congratulate you folks on the kind of bulls that you have. It's a really nice set. They're deserving winners. Let's show them some appreciation and congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Our champion pen of 5 Gelbvieh bulls goes to Judd Ranch. Now we'll be going into our balancer pens of 3 bulls. Class 5 is a single entry from Bar Arrow Cattle Company of Phillipsburg, Kansas. The first bull in the ring is Bag Mr. 45, L33. He's sired by Lazy TV Sam Elliott, 6117DET. His registration number is 1576438. He's born on March 17th. He's 74% balancer, weighs 1,087 pounds, measures with a 36 centimeter scrotal. His ultrasound data includes 14.5-inch ribeye area, 3.38 scan for IMF, and 0.29 on fat thickness. Bar Arrow Cattle Companies from Phillipsburg, Kansas, owned and operated by Stuart and Cody Jarvis and their families. The second bull in the ring is BAG Mr. B, 901G L19, sired by BEA 901G. His registration number is 1576294. He's born on March 2nd, 49.5% Gelbvieh, weighs 1,188 pounds, 38.5 centimeter scrotal. This is the second one? Okay. This bull scanned with a 16.7 ribeye area, 2.62 on percent IMF, 0.26 on fat thickness. The average age for the pen of 3 is 297 days. Their average weight is 1,105 pounds, and their average weight per day of age is 3.72. Bar Arrow Cattle Company will have their annual production sale Tuesday, March 12, 2024 at the ranch near Phillipsburg, Kansas. It'll be their 34th annual production sale, selling 90 spring yearling Gelbvieh and Balancer bulls with 20 open yearling Gelbvieh and Balancer heifers. Sires include BAG 45, DBRG Ripon, TAU Bombshell, Lazy TV Sam Elliott, and OVER Hot Commodity. The third bull is BAG Mr. Bombshell L30, sired by TAU Bombshell 204H. He's born on March 10th. He's 64.8% balancer, 1,121 pounds, measuring with a 38 centimeter scrotal. Scan data includes 15.48 ribeye area, 3.65 on IMF, and 0.24 on fat. The average EPDs for the pen are 12 on calving ease, 1.4 on birth weight, 81 on weaning weight, 120 on yearling weight, 20 on milk, and 82 on FPI. Barrio Cattle Company is a multi-generational family cow-calf, dryland farming, and backgrounding operation. Cody's son Hendrix is the fifth generation to own Jarvis cattle in Phillips County, Kansas. Bulls are developed on corn silage, ground hay, and DDG for an average daily gain of 3 pounds per day to express their genetic potential to promote soundness and longevity. Stewart bought his first Gelbvieh genetics in 1982 and has raised them ever since. Cody grew up showing and raising cattle on the family operation and has taken over the show cattle duties. Cody's son is proudly carrying on the family tradition. This is our first entry in Class 6, exhibited by Plus One Cattle Company of Hugoton. The first bull is BLMC High Caliber 270L154ET. His registration number is 1576759. He's born on February 24th. He's a 50% balancer, weighing 945 pounds and measures with a 35.5 centimeter scrotal. 13.73 on ribeye area, 3.72 on IMF, and 0.36 on fat thickness. The second bull in this pen is BLMC last Friday night, 72L066ET. Registration number 1576977, born on February 24th, and he's a 68.8% balancer. Current weight 967 pounds with a 33 centimeter scrotal, scanned with a 13.3 inch ribeye, 3.83 on IMF, 0.3 on fat thickness. The average age of these bulls is 312 days. Their average weight is 958 pounds, and the average weight per day of age is 3.07 pounds a day. This bull, sired by CTR Jackpot. The third bull, BLMC Step by Step 908L163ET, sired by JRI Next Step. His registration number is 1576975. He's born on February 21st. He's a 62.5% balancer, currently weighing 963 pounds, has a 35.5 centimeter scrotal, scanned with a 12.6-inch ribeye area, 3.61 on IMF, and 0.27 on fat thickness. Average pen EPDs are 12 on calving ease, negative 0.27 on birth weight, 61 on weaning weight, 95 on yearling weight, 18 on milk, and 72 on FPI. Plus One Cattle Company is operated by Ben and Lelania McClure and their kids near Hugoton, Kansas. They'll have bulls and females for sale, private treaty at the ranch. Second entry in Class 6 is exhibited by Talbenheim Gelbvieh from Amherst, Nebraska. The first bull in the ring is TAU Tombstone, 39 LET. He's sired by EGL Doc Holiday, D100ET. His registration number is 1577279. He's born on January 25th of 23. He's a 51% balancer. Currently weighs 1,133 pounds and has a 37.5 centimeter scrotal, scanning with a 13.16-inch ribeye area, 3.72 on IMF, and 0.26 on fat thickness. Second bull in the ring is TAU Mr. Doc Holiday, 29 LET, also sired by EGL Doc Holiday. His registration number 1576221. His date of birth is January 22nd of 23, 51% balancer, weighing 1,197 pounds and has 38.5 centimeter scrotal, 15.42 on ribeye area, 4.46 on IMF, and 0.35 on fat thickness. The average age on these bulls is 346 days. The average pen weight is 1,167 pounds and an average weight per day of age of 3.37. The third bull in the pen is TAU Mr. Growth Fund 3L, sired by Deer Valley Growth Fund. His registration number 1575994. He's born on January 13th and is a 42% balancer, weighing 1,171 pounds, 38 centimeter scrotal. Scan data includes 14.77 ribeye area, 3.56 on IMF, 0.3 on fat thickness. The average EPDs for the pen are 11.67 on calving ease, -0.7 on birth weight, 74 on weaning weight, 123 on yearling weight, 22 on milk, and 84 on FPI. Taubenheim Gelbvieh is a multi-generational family operation that's been in the business for over 40 years. Dale and Jeanette Taubenheim and their son Mike and his wife Renee had the vision to start the Gelbvieh operation. Today, Mike and Renee run the day-to-day along with their sons Justin and his wife Janelle, Tanner and his wife Kelly, and their sons Seth and Cale. The family's been in the Gelbvieh business since the early 1980s when Mike and Dale decided on the Gelbvieh breed for its multitude of quality traits. This year will be their 34th annual production sale, which will be held February 5th, 2024, at the ranch near Amherst, Nebraska. They run 550 head of registered Gelbvieh and Balancer cows, along with another 150 commercial cows. Their operation is multifaceted, as they not only run cow calf pairs, but they have a 400 head feedlot. This allows them to use a wide range of selection traits to put together the best group of bulls and females for their customers. They strive to keep their cow herd practical by focusing on fleshing ability, muscle shape, and natural thickness without sacrificing sound skeletal build. Therefore, the sale cattle are developed on a high roughage ration to promote performance but still maintain breeding soundness. Our third entry in this class of Balancer Pen of 3 bulls is exhibited by Judd Ranch. The bull in the arena is JRI Repeat 253L389ET. His registration number is AMG 1571350. He's born on January 13th. He's a 62.5% balancer, weighing 1,255 pounds and carries a 39 centimeter scrotal. Scanned with a 12.6 ribeye area, 2.91 on IMF, and 0.2 on fat thickness. The second bull in your program is a scratch. The second bull coming in will be listed as the alternate in your program. Yeah. Rough Rider is out. Pay-per-view is in. The bull in the ring is the alternate printed on your program. His name is JRI Pay-Per-View 285L275. He's sired by Basin Payweight 1682. His registration number is 157113. Date of birth is February 3rd. He's a 50% balancer. He weighs 1,285 pounds, carries a 40 centimeter scrotal, scanned with a 14.5-inch ribeye area, 1.87 on IMF, 0.35 on fat thickness. The third bull, I'll give you some updated pen averages. The average age of the pen of 3 bulls is 348 days. The average weight is 1,259 pounds, and the average weight per day of age is 3.62. So the bull in the ring is the alternate. JRI, I'm sorry about that. We got Bravo, right? JRI Bravo 207L431ET, sired by Bandito. Registration number 1576547, date of birth January 8th, 60% balancer, 1,236 pounds, 40 centimeter scrotal. ribeye area 14.29%, IMF 2.94, and fat thickness 0.15. The correct pen average is 348 days for age, 1,259 pounds on average, a 3.62 weight per day of age. Average pen EPDs are 13 on calving ease, 0 on birth weight, 81 on weaning, 133 on yearling, 24 on milk, and 82 on FPI. The correct registration number on the alternate is 1571137. That would be JRI pay-per-view. So right now we'll be coming back with the 3 entries in class 6. On my left, is Plus One Cattle Company. In the middle of the arena would be Taubenheim Gelbvieh. And on my far right will be Judd Ranch.
Okay, they're keeping me straight up here. I'm grateful for that. Thank you. This is our class 6 that we're going to get you a placing for here. The bulls that are standing directly in front of me, interesting set of bulls. I think they go together pretty good from a data standpoint. I like the way these cattle read from a birth weight standpoint, and that they're low birth weight. And I like the way the cattle scanned out here today, really uniform and even on a marbling standpoint. All of these bulls are up over 3.5, and I think that's good in general, but especially after we've hauled the bulls and we've done the breaking and the baths and the clipping. None of that's advantageous for marbling, yet these bulls hold up real well in this class, and I like that about them. The bulls here in the middle is a real eye-catching set of bulls. I think words like quality and balance fit this set of bulls real good as individuals when they walk through, but you get them together, and boy, they're awfully uniform, and they still bring a lot of stoutness and power. I think they're a real standout in this group from a soundness standpoint. Excellent in terms of their movement, their softness, and their athleticism, their flexibility. They're really a pleasure to watch these bulls walk around the ring. Bulls really check a lot of boxes for me from a data standpoint. Bulls that are, again, extremely strong on the marbling numbers. and I'm not here to get hung up on marbling today, but they're pretty good in that regard, and I think that's noteworthy. And they scanned awfully good on ribeye too. The bulls that were the third entry the bulls that were the third entry here right in front of me now. A real good set of bulls. Brought in an alternate there in the middle, so make that note if you're keeping score. But I think just a solid set of beef bulls. Width, foot quality, scrotal circumference, pounds, body. I just like them so much from a practicality and a usability standpoint. And boy, it's hard to find much more important than that. Um, for me, a little difference maybe in how these bulls scanned across the board. If you want to get into that, ribeye and maybe a couple of lower marbling bulls in there, but I guarantee you, from a real world standpoint, a lot to admire right there, and I think just a real common sense set of bulls. But the bulls that strike me as I think really elite in this lineup are going to be the bulls right here, and they're going to be your class winners. Congratulations. I'm going to make this set of bulls right here second today. Congratulations to you folks. The good cattle right here on the end will be your third place entry in this class. Nice job to you all. Give them a round of applause.
First place in the class is Taubenheim Gelbvieh. Second place is Judd Ranch. And third place, Plus One Cattle Company. So now we'll be selecting our champion and reserve champion. Balancer pen of three bulls. On my left are the winners from Class 5, exhibited by Bar Arrow Cattle Company. On my right is the pen of three class winners from Class 6, exhibited by Taubenheim Gelbvieh.
Well, for me, this gets really exciting. And we not only make our living in the bull business at home, but we do some of this stuff too. We like to get out and compete with groups and carloads and pins of threes. So I've got a little behind the scenes of what it takes to get something this competitive as what we right. And I hope you folks out here recognize it and appreciate for just how much talent we got in the ring right now. This is a real competitive division of these bulls as we keep filing them in here. Now, the folks to my far left were a single entry out of Class 5, and we haven't discussed those bulls, but we're darn sure going to do that right now. That's a real young set of bulls. Just a set of marches, average age of age, just 297. But these bulls, from a frame standpoint, stand right up with the older bulls here in this class. And again, I think these bulls weigh in on either side of 11 for that age. They've got enough performance, but read how those bulls scanned, especially on the ribeye. You want to talk about a set of bulls that just scan their eyeballs out. To have that much ribeye per square inch per hundredweight, that's impressive, folks. So there's a set of bulls that's got a top in them, they got some product in them, and they got some red meat in them. But there's a little more to them than that when you look at them from a phenotype standpoint. I call them one of the real eye appealing sets of bulls, pairs of bulls, or pairs of groups that we've had to look at. They're sharp made. And the bull that they brought in third in that lineup, I think that's still how they have them lined up, but he hit me really good. I think the first and third bulls in those pens in that set of bulls is pretty exceptional, but that third bull hit me real well. And so, we can get kind of picky about all of them, but I think presentation, evenness, and all that is really good. I think this class in particular, as we look at them from top to bottom, is one of the real wow classes, and this makes for one of the real wow divisions for me that I'll think about on the way home today. But as close as and competitive as it is, I still think from a uniformity standpoint, from a balance standpoint, from a data standpoint, the set of bulls that I believe are totally elite in this lineup are the ones right in front of me, and I'm going to make them your champion here. Congratulations. Well deserved. And then we consider the bulls on the ends, and I just think that there's not a wrong decision to make. I'm very complimentary of all the bulls in here. And again, to breed them and to get them fed and to get them raised is one thing, but to haul them as many miles as you folks do and get them through the week and get them presented as well as y'all done, you all deserve something, and you certainly got my respect. But the set of bulls that I think best match those are the young bulls right here, and they'll be the next ones. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Talbenheim Gelbvieh for the champion balancer pen of three bulls, and to Barrero for the reserve champion balancer pen of three bulls. Okay, here we go on the balancer pen of five bulls. We've got two entries in class 7. And our first entry comes from Post Rock Cattle Company of Barnard, Kansas. The first bull in the ring is DCSF Post Rock Pay Dirt. He's sired by BARG Go Time 781J. His registration number 1579829. He's born on February 4th, 62.4% balancer. He's weighing 1,324 pounds and carries 42 centimeter scrotal. Scanned with a 16 ribeye area, 3.37 on IMF, 0.47 on fat thickness. Post Rock second bull, DCSF Post Rock Clockwork, sired by BARG Go Time. Registration number 1579554. He's born on February 9th. He's a 49.5% balancer, weighing 1,162 pounds, 41 centimeter scrotal, 14-inch square ribeye area, 3.07 on IMF, and 0.43 on fat thickness. The average age on this pen of 5 is 334 days. Average weight's 1,206 pounds, and the average weight per day of age is 3.61 pounds per day. Post Rock Cattle Company is located at Barnard, Kansas, owned and managed by Leland Clark, Kyle Cavalli, and Will Johnson. Their upcoming bull sale will be February 24th, 2024, at the ranch near Barnard. Third bull in the ring is DCSF Post Rock Class Act 176L8, sired by CTR Money 0826HET. His registration number 1579441, born on February 15th, 42% balancer, weighing 1,133 pounds and 35 centimeters scrotal, 12.76 on ribeye area, 2.99 on IMF, and 0.41 on fat thickness. Pen average EPDs include 11.67 on calving ease, 0 on birth weight, 72 on weaning weight, 113 on yearling weight, 23 on milk, and 78 on FPI. Fourth bull in the ring is DCSF Post Rock Belly Down 157L8ET, sired by LRSF High Life 864. His registration number 1579823. Date of birth February 7th. He's a 64% balancer, weighing 1,258 pounds with a 41 centimeter scrotal, 15 ribeye area, 2.49 on IMF, and 0.3 on back fat. Post Rock Cattle Company be selling 120 Gelbvieh and Balancer bulls and 10 Angus bulls plus 80 females, including every sound 6-year-old female and 20 first calf heifers in their production sale. 95% of the bulls selling are homo polled, 75% are homo black. All the bulls and females selling have genomically enhanced EPDs and are parent verified. The fifth bull in the ring, DCSF Post Rock Foreman 1148L8, sired by Probity. Registration number 1579462. Date of birth February 1st. 53% balancer, weighing 1,255 pounds, 40.5 centimeters scrotal, with a 15.4 square inch ribeye area, 3.3 on IMF, and 0.39 on fat thickness. Once again, the average age 334 days, average weight 1,206 pounds, and 3.61 average weight per day of age for this pen. Post Rock Cattle Company runs 450 registered Gelbvieh, Balancer, and Angus females and an additional 150 Cooperator Ranch females. All their feedstuffs are home raised, plus an additional 2,500 acres of row crop ground. Bull developed in large open lots on corn silage, ammoniated wheat straw, alfalfa haylage, distillers, and corn. None of the females are fed any grain. Their average target on the bulls is 3.25 pounds per day for gain. For over 3 decades, Post Rock was a father-son operation with Bill and Leland Clark. In 1983, they began introducing Gelbvieh into the operation. This year marks their 41st year producing Gelbvieh cattle. The operation is evolving with nephew Kyle Cavalli and daughter Meredith and son-in-law Will Johnson joining the operation in ownership and management. Our second entry in the Balancer Pen of 5 bulls coming from Judd Ranch. The first bull is JRI Relentless 254L370, sired by JRI Relentless 170H281. Registration number 1571083. He's born on February 15th. He's a 56% balancer, weighing 1,217 pounds and a 41 centimeter scrotal. 13.16 on ribeye area, 3.25 on IMF, and 0.29 on fat thickness. Looks like the registration number on this bull is 1573142. He's also sired by JRI Relentless. I think we have a misprint in the program on his name. We believe his name may be rank and file. I don't think so. No. I believe we have his registration and data correct in the program. Registration number 1573142, born on January 12th, 68.8% Gelbvieh, weighs 1,156 pounds, 41.5 centimeter scrotal. The third bull in the pen, JRI Roscoe, 254L394, once again sired by JRI Relentless. His registration number is 1571087, date of birth January 28th, 62.5% Gelbvieh, weighing 1,248 pounds with a 40.5 centimeter scrotal. 15.38 on ribeye area, 2.18 on IMF, and 0.34 on back fat. The average age on these bulls is 338 days. The pen average weight is 1,213 pounds and 3.59 on average weight per day of age. Fourth bull in the ring, JRI Preferred Stock 254L229, sired by Basin Pay weight 1682. Registration number 1571108. He's born on February 3rd. 50% balancer, weighing 1,256 pounds, 37.5 centimeters scrotal, 15 on ribeye area, 2.87 on IMF, and 0.33 on fat. Fifth bull in the pen, JRI Smart Asset 254L234, sired by JRI Relentless. Registration number 1571091, born on January 19th. 50% balancer, weighing 1,190 pounds, 38.5 centimeters scrotal, 12.59 on ribeye area, 2.95 on percent IMF, and 0.33 on fat thickness. The average pen EPDs are 15 on calving ease, 0 on birth weight, 76 on weaning weight, 121 on yearling weight, 23 on milk, and 81 on FPI. Judd Ranch will be selling 335 bulls in their annual bull sale Saturday, March 2nd of this coming year. 204 of the bulls are 17 to 19-month-old fall yearling bulls, and 131 head of 12 to 14-month-old spring yearling bulls. The sale bulls feature a 79-pound average birth weight with an 891-pound actual weaning weight average. My left, balancer pen of 5 bulls exhibited by Post Rock Cattle. On my right, pen of 5 exhibited by Judd Ranch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as we begin to wrap our show up for this afternoon, I want to begin my comments by just saying how grateful I am to have the opportunity to be here at the Cattlemen's Congress. with you folks behind the Gelbvieh and Balancer breeds, and just tell you thank you for the opportunity to share my opinion of what I consider one of the really, really good breeds in the beef cattle industry. I had a chance, my family, because of the holidays, my family got to travel with me, which is rare. And we were walking through some of the cattle barns this morning, not the Gelbvieh barns, but some other breeds. And I heard a comment made that really made an impact on me. And they were talking about bulls that come to these livestock shows. And they said, there's some breeds in the barn that are showing bulls that were probably meant to be show heifers. And then there's some breeds in the barn that are showing bulls that were bred to be bulls. And what's been impressive to me and what stuck out to me today in your pen show is that you folks are breeding bulls to be bulls. They are beef cattle. And I really admire the things that you all have made a priority, or it's evident to me, like the growth and performance of the cattle, the muscle and the stoutness and the red meat that you've got in them, the testicle size, the foot quality, the bone that you've bred into the cattle. And you got plenty of pizzazz too. They look the part when you put a halter on them, but you're still dancing with the one that brought you, so to speak, in my opinion. And you hadn't got away from those things that are so important from your commercial bull customers. And I really like your cattle and I admire your programs. Can we start off by giving your Gelbvieh exhibitors a real fine round of applause for a good set of cattle? So thank you again. I really appreciate the opportunity. Now for your final division of the day and your pen of five show here. This is the closest decision that I've had to make today. Here's the differences that I see. On the stand, this is probably my favorite pen. These bulls really visually exhibit a lot of shape. I like their freshness. I like their thickness. I just from this view right here, this set of bulls fills your eyes up. There's meat and muscle, there's width and power, and there's a lot of shape in these bulls. Again, if you kind of took them out here one at a time, I think there's a lot of eye appeal in these bulls. They're clean made, they're good sheath. Although they're strong and masculine, they still got some correctness up in their front end from a shoulder blade and a cleanliness standpoint. Quite honestly, for me, one of my favorite bulls in the whole pen is, I believe, the third bull they showed there in the middle, but he came up just a little shorter on his scrotal measurement today. There's a couple of bulls in here that I don't think made the trip quite as well when you watch them walk around the ring. But I guarantee you, on the stand, this set of bulls right here, I think, is awfully, awfully hard to beat. The set of bulls over here, obviously, I like them real, real well too. This is a little bit of a leaner scanning set of bulls when you look at the data. They are extremely uniform, I think, in their type and kind. They're a set of bulls when we talk about just those practical, good old fashioned traits that I hope we never lose sight of: foot size, foot quality, strength and stoutness of bone, large scrotals. They win the contest for me in those areas. And they're a pleasure to watch themselves move around this little ring here. They are flexible and they're athletic and they're sound, and I know that a lot of that you see today don't go with them. We've bounced them on a trailer from the ranch to here. They've had to stand on concrete all week. But the fact of the matter is, this is a set of bulls that's handled that real, real well. To me, they don't maybe visually show you quite as much power right here from the rear. There's a couple of bulls in that set that visually are just a little flatter in their makeup compared to that set over there. But when you look at how these bulls read, you look at how these bulls scanned, you look at how these bulls measured, and again, the soundness, the foot quality, and the bone in a real close placing, they're going to be today's champions. These are going to be your reserves. Please give them both a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Judd Ranch for exhibiting the champion balancer pen of five bulls. And congratulations to Post Rock Cattle Company for reserve champion in the balancer pen of five bulls. We want to thank Mr. Jake Scott for being here today, for doing a great job. We've appreciated it. We want to say thank you to all of our exhibitors and thank you for everybody who came to join us today and watch the show. Wish you a blessed 2024.